Welcome back to Europa and Starminer. Our heavy miner and its refinery hauler friend are currently making their way through a sparse asteroid field, trying to collect some resources so that we can put the finishing touches to a massive starbase. The Red Gate is almost finished and ready to go live. The biggest undertaking humanity has ever accomplished. It is now accomplished. I couldn't tell you the exact displacement of the station, but we will soon. We're just on one last mission here to recover some water. And then we'll cut the ribbon on the Red Gate. We've really pushed the limits of this game by building massive stations. And while it is feature complete, the automated drone unloading of our cargo ships is a little bit cumbersome. And I've built the station too big, so it does tank the game whenever I try to give orders for that. So essentially, I'm not going to make use of the drones on a daily basis until they are able to be optimized at least. This is our new cargo class hauler, designed to work alongside our new starport. Our heavy miner has seen a new upgrade. It now wields 14, that's right, 14 Mark II lasers. We've had to fit it with extra cooling systems, a little bit of extra power, and a few extra engineers to help collect all the debris that comes out. It has half as many mining lasers as our massive starbase back at Earth. So when the cargo ship is fully stocked with its containers, it can carry 60,000 tons. And it's still quite maneuverable, so I'm very happy with that design. The starbase is almost complete. Literally just a few more blocks required. And we are also building a fleet that will accompany it and work alongside it. So when we get back, there'll be a few constructions underway. The main thing we need was the cobalt and the iron. Amazingly, just to prove how expensive this station was, if you have a look at the cost of the blueprint, it's a whopping 20,000 iron, 30,000 silicates, and nearly over 3,500 cobalt. That's quite big. If you haven't seen it yet, that was a bit of a spoiler. Nearly every water asteroid or ice asteroid we come to only has a fraction of amount of actual drinkable water. So water is by far the rarest commodity in this game. We'll get the hauler a little bit closer so it can help collect all that debris. The starport is built in a system that has what looks to be a Stargate, and you're able to send shipments back to Earth for cash, space cash. Uh-oh, what's happening here? One of our containers is shaken loose. It's unfortunate. Bit of a glitch going on there. Oh no, now we're having cargo explosions. What happened there? Someone forgot to secure the load. Well, I guess... Well, they were empty, I think. Yeah, they're not even connected. What's going on there? They're super cheap to make, so it's no big loss. But you wouldn't want that happening at high speed. Unfortunately, there's no struts in the game, so there's no way to like tie down sort of loose modules. I hope to see that as a thing, though. There was a few more upgrades I wanted to make to this class of ship. We need a few more haulers. So only a fraction of that asteroid was water. Just over 35 tons. 350 tons, I mean. A chunk is 10 tons. Send that water aboard for processing. We want one more good asteroid before we head back. That looks pretty dense up there. Let's head up there. graceful space truck. Doing space truck things. It's just unfortunate that whenever you use the free cam, try to move the free cam, it actually controls the ship and turns off autopilot. I haven't found a way around that yet. So now she's lost control because I tried to move it. That's alright, she'll find her way there. I managed to squeeze in some extra nodes in here against the back. There's some flex in these arms because they're not completely connected. So I'm hoping that this sort of provides a brace and doesn't just catastrophically explode when there's some flex in the arms. So we're building her a sister ship, we're building the refinery hauler a sister ship, and we're building one of my massive cargo ships just as a surplus. We have a few systems around Jupiter to still explore. And we still have a task over around the rings of Saturn to put down a megastructure. There's a few things on the list. But once we have this asteroid in the hold, we will head back to the Red Gate. Cut the ribbon. The ship has a whopping 105 crew on board, as well as 2 officers. We've run out of energy. Too much power going to the mining operation. There's nowhere else to put anything. It's completely bristling with modules. And anything inside the ship that is free would only be able to be like a battery. There's no space. And it also runs a bit hot, but I was able to fit a couple of thermal dumpers here, because the heat is only an issue when we're using our thrusters and all the mining lasers at once. Space truck is here. It has half as many mining lasers as my giant starbase, and 1/5 of the crew. So there would be some cramped quarters on this ship. It would be a dirty old job, I reckon. We don't worry about prospecting, we just strip mine. It's too much to go around. It's a really nice patch here, actually. So we do need to top up the iron stores. That we only had 25,000 and we used most of it to build the starbase. Our original mining ship, the one we started our campaign with, was broken down and added to the starbase, finally seeing an end to its service. Alright, let's send a shipment to the mining ship and then it can warp back to the Red Gate. That would have taken like 15 to 20 minutes to get it through an asteroid like that at the start. So it's definitely a slow to start game, but the growth is exponential once you put your effort in and you've got some funds behind you. And then it just really is a sandbox, do what you want. It's what I really wanted to see from Kerbal 2. Sadly, it didn't happen. We're nearly full, and we have nearly 10,000 tons of silicate to process. So those refineries will be running hot for the next 20 minutes, I reckon. The loading operation is complete. Let's head back to the Red Gate. Oh, it's called the Red Eye Gate, but our station is the Red Gate. Let's travel there. And let's hope the game doesn't explode. I spent the morning trying to optimize the game so that it could handle this station, and I guess once we're finished with it, we won't ever see it again, like the accumulator. It was just us trying to prove a point. How big can you get? There she is off from the distance there. There's a little bit of stutter as it all loads in. There's heaps of construction happening at the moment too. So we'll head to the destroyer, which is nestled beside the station. It should run better than it did last night while we were building it. It has an ungodly amount of construction towers on it as well. So it's going to be able to whack together a destroyer or a large cargo ship very quickly. And with the size of its storage yard, it should never run out of resources. It's got like 3 or 4 times the capacity of the hangar ship, which is, I believe, 160,000 tons. Last night we had extra arms coming off the sides of these docking ports, but they were putting too much strain on the central here that was starting to develop a twist. And so we've taken them off. As I said, we're building a sister ship for this refinery ship. We're building a large cargo ship. And we should be building a heavy miner as well. The storage yard can take more of these containers, but I decided it was better to try and keep the weight centralized, so it will only be filled if we need it to be. And that's really up to Jupiter's belts. The cargo ship has arrived. Now I will demonstrate the drones. It'll be a little bit funny when I try to designate where the container goes. And I just hope that at some point it's optimized a bit better. And we'll be able to automate that system, and then the 4 trade ships should just unload the cargo ship directly from below. That's why it's designed the way it is. Put on my angular dampers. We don't want to be rolling around. We need to close the solar panels. So we're running on batteries. And now with these booms gone, we don't have to retract the radiator. So it's much safer. Docking in the dark, super safe. Where's the pilot when you need one? You can't pause it, but you've got bullet time. This is our docking port here. Stop the vessel. The ship likes to roll when it's loaded heavily. We have successfully docked the ship. Alright, so we'll unload a couple of containers and I'll show you how that works. And then we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. So when I select the station is when it starts to get funky. This is, I guess, trying to load all the modules in and all that stuff. As long as I don't touch this, it's usually okay. Yeah, it's having a connection. Give it a pickup task. We'll take this one here from the bow. And then because it doesn't have an order, it'll go back to its docking port to wait for one. It's when I try to give it an order to land here that it freaks out because there's so many available docks. So I won't use that until it's optimized better. Meanwhile, our fleet's coming together nicely. We'll transfer all the goods out of this ship into the red gate. She's able to accommodate that quite easily. Can also process there because we do have refineries. Now the plan is to build the loading docks down here so the supplies will just float down. At the moment they're in the base here, I think. This might take a minute. Normally when ships are docked they do it that way, but it must be too much stuff. 5. This would have been crazy before. There was a patch that made it so that tier 2 locking cargo bays sent out bigger packages. But before they would only go with 10 each. And in the early game that was pretty cool to watch a stream of resources. But at the mid game it was crazy when you sent like 3,000 and it'd be like 80 million of these trying to deliver the package. So even it would look like this, but it was just minuscule amounts. This is a significant amount of resources flowing into the station. That's what I wanted. I wanted trade on an industrial scale. Wait, it's going into the other cargo ship. Oops, I gave the wrong order. That's why I did that, but hey, it was cool to watch. Testing out the capacity of this ship. Game has a habit of changing the names of your stations. So build 1 is our new ship. I call it Triton. This is the new cargo ship heavy hauler. It's not ready yet, so we won't look. It's actually not so heavy now compared to the new one I designed last night. Wait, this is the heavy hauler. What? The station is being controlled by this module. And this is the red gate. What I need to do is make the very top here the command. There we go. And I've made sure that every single station we've built has some kind of rotating bit, and in this case it's the top. It's a spinning top. So she's a busy place. So I need to send all that stuff to the proper place. Not very safe when it's not fully constructed. This one's too big. It must be out of range, so we'll roll it over. Yeah, this can only carry 58,000. It's an amateur ship. I thought it was pretty big. think it's closer to 90 when it's fully constructed. The thing about this ship is it doesn't require any crew. If I want the radar to work, I need one crewman for the whole ship. Just keep that in a stable roll if it's possible. Shows how much I've learned about optimizing for space. You need to do a roll as well. This thing does not like to roll, so I try to avoid doing it. It's because of the inherent instability between the two scorpion arms, scorpion tails. A little bit of forward motion. We have no heat. No heat dissipation yet. Better stop this. Looks like the heavy hauler might be almost finished. Yep, a few more modules to do. That one last storage here that needs to be built, and then we can christen that one. And the final build is this heavy miner. It's almost like this thing needs to be full of rocks to be able to be stable. before it gets funky, I'm going to save that. The Kraken loves to strike when you least expect it. At one point I was really worried the station wasn't going to come together right, because the top section before it was attached to the shipyard was very unstable. Come on, get into range of these builders. Heat's too much, Captain. Refinery ship Hephaestus, you have done your job. We need to send some water to our new ships. The Triton needs, I don't know, maybe... It's going to have 30 crew, 32 crew, so it needs, say, 500 water. The mining ship will need heaps. So I'll give them 1100. How much water does the station? Station doesn't have much water, so I need to find some. This cargo hauler won't need water because it won't have a crew. The heavy miner also needs some nuclear fuel. We had a resupply, so we'll take 100. This station is very reliant on nuclear fuel, but it can't yet make it, so we need to either add the production facility to it, which I don't really want to do. I don't want to mess with it. Or build sort of a ship, like a small station off of it. Or maybe I'll just build it somewhere else. We do have another outpost at Jupiter, which could probably just specialize in that actually. Minimal effort that way. We have a radiator now, so we don't need to worry about overheating. Make sure we've got clearance below. Let's make sure these habitats aren't just going to spam dudes, which they will. Same for this ship. I decide who gets hired and when. There might be crew aboard the station we can take. There's 40 of them, yeah. So there's half the crew for the mining ship. And so I'll get the bridge to train. Yes, it's doing that. The mining ship will need to make its own crew. It needs 32. So we'll go all in on training for that ship. I wish there were a button where I could just click it and it trains all the habitats until I'm ready. A little bit too much micro in a large ship because you've got all these habitats that have to train. And when you build a ship brand new, it creates people uncontrolled. So you've got to turn it off. The minute you add water, they're like sea monkeys. The crew just sprout into existence. And they drink all the water. See if the DD has any extra crew aboard. It has 14. We'll send them to another ship. Well, we've got 66 crew aboard already, and they've all got a job. Oh, it took some time to update. And I need to give them a little bit of iron and silicate to build all of their haulers. So I'll give them 200 of each. The mining ship needs another 54 crew. Says there's no power there for some reason. I think that's the radar. Yeah, it is. That's because I turned off the grid. That's okay. We've still got a couple of modules here to build. Come on. A little bit close for comfort. They should now build the rest of the ship themselves, hopefully. I think we made contact. Yes, I knocked the radar off. The radar antenna just got blasted. And probably the crewman inside. The ship's upside down. Not that there's a right way up, but I prefer to drive it this way. Now let's make sure the hangars have aircraft in them, or spacecraft. Okay, let's fire up the refineries. There's still someone training. Why are you training? We have 44 extra men now. Let's send them to the mining ship. They can earn their citizenship aboard the mining ship. Now this one also needs its hangars filled out, I think. Now let me check which spec of mining ship this is. It's Mark II, I believe. I can't remember which one I placed down. I don't think it's got that new addition to the back here. No, it doesn't. It's a Mark II, not a Mark III. We might give these construction orders when we get to the mining site. Let's turn off the reactor while we're at port. Okay, we are pretty much ready to go. Is this ship finished yet? Just the finishing touches, another Hulk node, and then a thruster. Got some constructors on their way to finish that job. Any minute now. So in its current format, with nearly 200,000 tons of cargo already aboard, it weighs 330,800 tons. It's got a carry capacity of 57. Well, it's I can't read it at the moment. It's over 500,000 tons, so 571,320 tons of total capacity, which would push the total station weight well over 500,000 tons when it's fully loaded. That still weighs less than the hangar ship. The hangar ship is a 1.2 million ton ship. My station's too skinny to match that fat boy. I did that the wrong way. Its battery's on top. Yeah, maybe don't attach it while it's moving. That's probably how those storage were damaged. You overshot your friend. Can't figure out why this ship needs less crew at the moment. Is it because the mining gear's off? We haven't built the engineers, that's why. Okay, we need to get some material refined to build our collectors. Now, we've already seen that two of these things working together just absolutely maul asteroids. Don't quite have the settings right for this one. You're going to have to process some for us to send aboard to the other ship. We haven't used the refinery in this ship for a while. It's just for water, really. We're going to need about 150 iron. But while you wait, go and start work somewhere else. First shipments of iron are ready. We'll just send some across now so they can get started. And we also need to process some silicates. I feel like I'm missing something on here and I can't tell what it is. There's water there. More power on the back, I think? Yeah, it is. It's relocated water. Because we need more power on this ship. It will run out if I try to do any maneuvering. Then there were 2 batteries on top. We needed the heat dumpers. Holy shit, a mothership just rocked up. And they got hunters. No, that's not fair. They've detected me getting to work here. I think it's to do with your thermal signature. Yeah, so higher heat signature increases the chance of attracting adversaries. And when we're cooking asteroids like this, the motherships want to know what's going on. I actually have nothing at Jupiter that can directly contest a mothership. And we've got 3 hunters inbound. We've got no weapons on these miners, so they do have to leave. Or I've just got to warp in the DD. Actually, that's what we'll do. Fast response destroyer on the way. We can't fight the mothership, but we can defend our assets. First haulers have been constructed. While it's only 3 hunters, it's not dangerous. But it can blow out to be like 60 or 100 units. You know, it's really it might be worth just warping the hangar ship here and blasting it with my railgun. Because why not wield unlimited power? Once that ship stops its maneuver, we will go and grab the destroyer. To keep our eye out for tiny little green dots, they're the enemy ships. Another batch of haulers being constructed. These ships don't have radar though, so they may not even see that. Yeah, it's time to grab the destroyer. Don't tempt fate. We also do not have any weaponry on this station, or any ability to create ordnance. Its whole purpose was as a trade dock, but aliens don't trade. So what do I need to do? I need to select the red gate. We only have refineries aboard. Let's check for munitions factories in case I placed one down without remembering. I believe it's called manufacture. No, we have none. Alright, so this destroyer is going out with what it's got. Nothing more, nothing less. Does it have ammo in the magazine? Yes, small amount. Let's go. Back to Europa and the Dark Iron Drift. Destroyer, please meet up with your friends. Turn the shield on. Set it to 350 meters in diameter, just to save energy. The ship also does not like being autopiloted, so I'll have to do it myself when we get to combat. It uses too much energy. Hello, friends. How goes the rock concert? Alright, so the radar is on and the missiles are not active. It's our power situation. We'll sit here and charge the battery while we wait to see what happens with these hunters. And we might give our mining ship some clearance because those missiles like to explode prematurely. For those that haven't seen this ship, it's fancy. It's got spinny bits. Helps it spin around its center of mass. It uses a lot of energy to do that, though. Been trying to find a way to keep it nuclear free, but it's not working. Looks like we have a full crew complement. I can turn off those refineries now. They're just emergency things. They use energy that we could spend elsewhere. And we'll know the bad guys are around when that destroyer just starts launching missiles. At the moment, we're pretty safe. 3 hunters is nothing. But if we go near the mothership, it will be 300 hunters. And that's why I say it might just be wise to warp our hangar ship here from Saturn to kill it. Is it worth 30 jump fuel to do that as a round trip? I don't know. The hangar ship there is there to drop off supplies and support the building of a megastructure. Now he's unleashing more hunters. He's not liking me mining. He's not going to like it when I start warping in the refinery ships to steal it all. Which we will have to do soon. Both these mining ships are almost full. We're just going to look at each other and wait for someone to make the first move. This ship has so many weapons that it's basically turn off the shields to power the weapons and don't maneuver, just let the drift. But she's bristling with lasers, Gatling and plasma cannons. She starts blasting when the enemy's around. Typical overgunned, overweight destroyer. Almost a cruiser. What I will do is I'll send the destroyer some supplies in case she takes damage. She can repair herself. See how bad it gets here before I call in the emergency hangar ship deployment. We could also see whether if I bring in more ships, will she deploy more enemy ships. Let's bring the Triton in. This is our brand new processing ship. Looks like we will be a lot busier tonight. Just a lot of construction last night. Head down to your escort. And fire up those furnaces. Send our destroyer friend some cobalt. Still 9 enemy hunters. We also have another side objective here to finish off some rammers. The heavy miner is designed to be escorted by one of these medium refinery vessels, so 1-to-1. So Hephaestus is going to go back and join them, undocking from the Red Gate. Got water aboard and willing souls. I might even build an ordnance factory on the back of these, actually. That way we can keep that destroyer fed. It just costs iron to make ordnance. let's move a little bit further away from our escort. Still 9 enemy hunters, so okay at the moment. Now, Heavy Miner 2-2 is the one that's going to feed this ship. You want to send iron chunks when you've got 300 of them. Can you sit still, please? Oh, you're out of power. Like, critically so. Emergency maneuver. She can't stop for some reason. That was worrisome. Alright guys, you need to watch it next time. I know it's your first mission, but plan your burns. Still no sign of the bad guys. So Heavy Miner 2-2 setting up your automated trade. This was for silicate. Silicate and chunks. And when our other refinery ship arrives, they'll start feeding their sister ship. I did forget to give the jump order. Can't because we've got low power. Got to turn the grid back on and charge the battery. Still trying to get my head around the procedures of this new station. But that is space capitalism at its finest. I will probably send the heavy hauler in, and I guess what we'll do is, as the refinery vessels make the processed goods, we'll send it to the heavy hauler, and when everyone's full, we'll head back here, dock all the ships up, and see if we can fully stock this place. I want it packed to the brim, and then I could have the ultimate space fire sale, because there is a Stargate here. And I could just order all those containers for sale, and I'm hoping a horde of trade ships will just come through here and take their pick of our containers. And I've already checked to make sure that all the placements can be fed by a drone. So it works. There's enough space. No, none of those will get obstructed. The only problem is sometimes the gantry crane gets in the way. But without further ado, are we charged? No, we are not. Well, let's wait another minute. So we've brought even more heat to this system. Will this provoke the mothership to release more hounds? Meanwhile, we'll get the miners working while their reactors are burning. Oh, speaking of reactors, actually, I haven't turned on this ship's reactor, I believe. Energy. Where is it? Oh, it's got its own. Oh, you are producing. Good job. Turned it on their own. Good stuff. The second mining ship, well, the refinery ship is here. Hephaestus and Triton. And the destroyer ever vigilant. Maybe we should head out and have a look. Famous last words. Just head out at a leisurely 28 meters per second. Making sure we don't travel too far from where she is stationed. No sign of the damn dirty alien. I haven't played the campaign, so I have no idea who the aliens are. I just know that I don't want to be their friends. I went straight for sandbox. Is that water over there I just spotted? It is water, but there's a couple of rammers. Going to stop. Oh, we've got missile launch detected. Stop still. Oh, the hunters are just little balls. We don't care about those. There's a little gunship looking things. They're probably called gunships. That was an expensive volley. How do I find my weapons systems? Lasers? Missiles. We don't need missiles against these things. They're dead anyway now. There's more of them coming, it just spawned more. So I need to make sure the destroyer stays close, but we should be fine. Just use the plasmas on those, or even the Gatlings. There we go. Splattered him. Power is nominal. So we'll just play defensively. I won't call in the hangar ship unless it decides to get weird and spawn even more than it has. We're taking this stuff, it's ours. Nearly every other time I've just splattered them as soon as I've seen them. I haven't tolerated their existence. So we'll see how this whole defense is supposed to play out. Before I even left my home system, I fitted the mothership with a giant railgun. That one looks reasonably close. I want to keep the destroyer between us and the enemy. How far is that? 7.5 kilometers, not far at all. I'm hoping the enemy just... There's one there, I think. Tiny little dot. There he is. 7 kilometers away. I'm hoping that with this ship... Oh, there's some more here. Dots detected. They look like they're not heading directly towards me. They're in a wide formation. I'm curious, are they going for my mining ships? Or just any ship? If they converge on the on the DD, I think we're safe to just leave it here to interdict. They are closing 4 kilometers. I think the plasma cannon has a range of 13. Sorry, 3 kilometers. Where is our destroyer crew? Do I have one on this ship? No, we do not have officers aboard. The best thing about these ships is they're like a command ship, and I do have... So I'll need an engineer, a science officer, and a tactical officer for the destroyer at least. From what I've gathered, the officers all have different skills, so you can't be certain to get the same perk by hiring the same officer. I tried that with my mining ships and they've all got different perks. Because I could have sworn the logistics officer gave me an increase to storage, but I've bought a few now and only one of them has it. And that's the guy on board our massive station at home. Looks like they're closing in on the DD. So while he sits there, we'll send a shuttle up. Oh, fancy, they get a shuttle each. Do you think we're made of fuel? "21 hunters now on the scope. And you must be full, are you? Yeah. Why did you not send an automatic order? I could have sworn I set that up. They're closing. Maybe it is 1,300 meters. Or maybe you're just not... Target not visible. There we go. Guns open. Yeah, the range is 1,300 meters. I was right the first time. Maybe it's the missiles that are 3 kilometers. Alright. I think we're safe. Just keep thinning the herd. That asteroid is in the hold. Let's stick together. Just waiting on our officers to arrive aboard the destroyer. We will not move while we wait for them to arrive. Both wheels are set to the same speed. Nice and gentle. We'll have to keep an eye out to make sure they don't try and skirt around me. The Triton overshot the mark again. Oh, he's still making crew. Stop it. 30 people just sitting there doing nothing now. Absolutely obliterated that asteroid. Consumed. Destroyer is doing destroyer things. Still waiting on those officers. Hope they didn't die. Can't see them. They're not on my list. It's the alien song now. Gonna get hard for me or not? Nah, it's just random. But every time I hear it, I think aliens. It looks like they're vectoring towards my mining ships, which are sitting on a higher plane. So we'll ascend to meet them. We're probably leaving those poor officers behind. You shall not pass. This was supposed to be Jupiter's spear, but we'll just call it... What do we call it? We'll call it Artimus. Right next on the menu. It's a pretty dense field compared to what I've been in. But there's been nothing that's been really, like, rich with minerals. DD's about to engage again. "27 of them. They are increasing in number. I feel really, really bad for these officers we recruited and sent off into the void. Here they are, they're arriving. Welcome to your new commission. Hopefully we got some useful perks like less energy use, increased weapons range would be great. Right, the science officer aboard Artimus has got laser weapon range, really nice. Hey Lonnie, hey Azu, how you going guys? The Starfort defense. I'm flat out building a straight line of defensive lines. But that is a good point, a Starfort would be nice. Just fill it with artillery batteries. So we get weapons research, gives us range, energy consumption on the shield, good. We don't need research speed. Turret aiming speed, critical. Well, this tactical officer has got weapon damage, energy weapon damage, armor plating, kinetic weapon damage, missile weapon damage, missile range, that's great. I feel like the missiles don't have a long enough range for what they are. I saw you sent me a couple of screenshots. Good game. Yeah, proper Starfort will have angles of fire, like if you're at the walls, you're getting shot in the side from someone. Construction speed we don't need. Battery storage we do need. Don't need construction. More health would be useful. Energy reduction, consumption, that's a good one. Weapon damage, these guys actually really synergize well together. And heat buildup, which is not too much of a problem. Yeah, they're a good crew, we'll activate them. Glad they lived through their journey in the void. I just downloaded it. Just downloaded Infection Free Zone. Looks pretty cool. I saw that in the early days it was having some struggles with like longevity in terms of playing it. The end game wasn't so great. But I've got it now. Can certainly do it. I've just been heavily fixated on this game, and I do tend to get fixated. Especially when things let me build. But I might shelve it and move on to something more exciting. I'll just come back to this when I feel like it. Catching some rays here. So Triton could use a crew as well, and what else are we going to spend this money on? I'm going to go with an engineering and an industrial officer. Yeah, I said that in my 20s too, and it didn't ever recover. I know you've only just turned 18. Yeah, the hunters are starting to get huntery. There's more of them, but we've got plenty of plasma for them. And if they get close, they get the lasers too. What did we get? Lucky dip. Aboard at the Hephaestus. Material refinement? That means we get more material when we refine stuff. Mining techniques, we don't need that on that ship. Refining speed, that's a good one. Construction, yep. Mining range. Battery increase, that's cool. Better construction, energy consumption. Oh, this one, super useful engineering officer. Yeah, just about everyone has a crew now. That's what we want. They do make the ships much better. Guess you could just be trained in anything. Everything. We've got the money. We have the best education program ever in our company. I've got nothing to spend my millions on, so we'll spend it on staff education. We're going to flood the Earth market with so many raw materials that they will not know what hit them. This ship really likes to freak out under maneuvers. Stop. Something funky going on with one of these thrusters. Why is this ship not able to power its reactors, but this one can? With no issues whatsoever. What have I done differently? I know what it is. This has got hardly any solar panels in comparison. Yeah, we can do a no S-port stream. I can do that. Jeez, I don't know what the layout is on the other ship. What is it? It's 3 and 3. It's 3 and then a diamond. I designed this ship and then immediately made a Mark II variant. That's right, because I found that that mirror was blocking this construction tower. This one still has top-mounted sails, while the other one doesn't. It's got a slightly different docking clamp here where the refinery is, but it's no big deal. Oh, all of my ships are my design. I made all of them myself. As far as I know, there's nowhere to download those things yet, but I do think that we will get the ability to share our blueprints. And that's why I've tried to put so much effort into my ships. I would like to share a good amount of them. They might not be pretty, but they do their jobs well. Glad to have you by the stream, by the way. Thanks for joining us. So the station that I built yesterday that nearly broke the game, that was like a 12-hour build. We have 40 enemy hunters. Ooh, this destroyer's going to have a party. Are they all converging on his position? I wish we had a proper sensor view. As far as I can see, they're all converging on him. So we're free to continue the exploitation of this belt. Oh, okay, so if I share the save file, you would get the blueprints. Okay, that's interesting. I'll have to look into where that's being shared then. I might, if it's a thing, I might look on Reddit. Ideally, I'd love to just share them on the Steam Workshop. So I love building ships. Now I've got to be really careful when you side strafe in this one. It's just forward and back and up and down pitch. don't roll it. Especially when they're heavily loaded. I will probably use this arrangement in a warship, but not use the commander module and then have them linked together. I was thinking of making sort of like a claw type arrangement with a sort of scorpion tail. How do I make my thumbnails? With a great amount of effort. When I first started YouTube, I really didn't know how to do any type of photoshopping or anything, and over the last 18 months I've just spent so much time learning the craft. So that the thumbnail for this particular episode was just a screenshot of the station, then photoshopped over a vista of Jupiter, and then stylized with After Effects. How's that destroyer friend going? Having a fight? 35 hunters. They're increasing in their number. But our power reserves are fine if we're stationary, and if they're only going to deploy hunters, we should be fine with that. We took on 300 aliens with that destroyer. Had to run, but we did it. My dust front ones, I used the artwork from the game. From the unit cards. And then I just take a screenshot of one, like a scene in a battle of, say, tanks or brutes running or whatever. And then just Photoshop those together. I don't actually use Photoshop, I use my video editor. Because I've got more effects that I can use. And then you just take a snapshot once you've edited it. It's functionally the same as Photoshop. Just saves us a subscription. Wow, she's burgeoning with minerals. This auto transfer doesn't seem to be working. Perhaps I set it up wrong. We might split up. And let's say if there's 60 hunters on the field, we'll think about bringing in the mothership. Our mothership. God, that's cool. I could see you being able to film some really cool scenes once I figure out how to do the camera. At the moment, the solar system's pretty lifeless, but I would like to see a lot more activity. Like other NPC mining ships doing their thing. Maybe you have to stake claims. Some rivals to compete with. Yeah, I learned a good while ago, going back to our discussion about thumbnails, that you need to put about half as much effort you put into your video as you do for your thumbnail. If you're only just sort of slapping a thumbnail together, they don't go anywhere in this market. They need to capture attention. Like, no doubt there are things that go viral without work on it, but if you want to be consistent, you've got to try a bit. A lot of the time with my stream, I'll have like a placeholder, and then the next day I'll make a proper thumbnail for the stream. Because I'll know what happened. Sort of can tailor the thumbnail a bit better to what you will see in the stream VOD. "33 hunters still chasing us, but we're good." We can't move this ship until it gets its supplies. Alright, let's bring in another ship. See if we can make the aliens even angrier. Will they only spawn hunters? Only one ship left remaining here. The red gate will be all on its lonesome. Maybe I should build some defense platforms. Just tiny little unmanned stations with weapons. And I guess you could set up automation so that your main station would send munitions to the station if it ever ran out. It's an interesting thought. The heavy hauler is here. Its job is to take the refined materials. This is like the beluga from Elite Dangerous, but without the luxury. It's all business, cargo business. This is when I discovered that tubes could be a thing. But then I also discovered that if you don't have a lot of Hulk nodes, you will have no maneuverability. And so this ship struggles to control itself when it's fully loaded. It just doesn't have enough. Like, it's traveling 300 meters a second. What are you doing, dude? Can you stop that at that speed? I'm going to help with the lateral thrusters here. Yeah, I don't trust it. Oh, it's stopping. It's stopping. Have a little faith. You can just stop that now. What are you doing? No, I trusted you. Stop. I had to cancel that. I swear he was going to hit the rock. Everyone just stop what you're doing. The last of our heavy ships will come and meet them at this new asteroid. And then we'll transfer all the refined goods to the heavy hauler. Activate that officer. I forgot to do that. We have 10 active command officers. Everyone's still learning. Reinforce all their skills. I'm pretty sure officers are like a one-use deal as well. Once they're active, they disappear from this inventory. These refineries need to work harder. They have so much work to do. The number of hunters has decreased. This will be like a resupply at sea. I would like to see that when you transfer a ship, it takes some time to get there. So that, you know, I ordered this ship to head back to the Red Gate and it's going to take 20 minutes. Or something similar to that. That way, you know, I would have been in trouble because I would have had to wait 20 minutes for my destroyer to get here. The hostiles still seem to be vectoring towards the destroyer. That's a really good sign. So we don't have to think about tactics. They're just going to push our closest vessel. Need to balance that weight. It's very heavy in the stern. Oh, awesome. Okay, cool. Thanks, mate. That's good. That way, if, you know, anything happens, I can back them up. You know, if a new update breaks my save, hopefully I can save the blueprints. Well, let's park our space trucks ready for this RAS. Or resupply in the void. Resupply in space. This is a really comfortable ship to control. I like it. This other thing is just a monster. And it can't even carry as much. Yeah, they've got almost the same. Like, this thing can carry 7,000 tons more, but that's hardly anything, considering this also has 4 Tier 2 refineries on it. I think I over-engineered it. It's got a crazy amount of power generation that it probably doesn't need, except when it's moving. But batteries would probably overcome that. Oh well, it's a relic of my time learning. When I initially designed it, it was much, much smaller. But we made it a humpback. It's like an A380 of space. I've made all my ships live on stream. So I haven't actually specifically made a video, but yes, I have done it, most of it on stream. But I might do like a highlight video, that's a good idea. Just showing off my ships and how I made them. Or what the idea is behind them. I don't think I could make the miner any better. This is bloody good. And if I really wanted to, I could add another mining module here. 2 of them. But I feel like that might be overkill. My biggest problem is I'm not making any nuclear fuel, so once we've run out in this sector, we'll have to either call the hangar ship or start production. Thank you, mate. I appreciate that. I put a lot of thought into them. I didn't just whack them together, so I appreciate that you like them. They're very fun. I really, really like the space truck. So initially, this had a kind of similar design to this one with the horizontal supplies, but then, I don't know if you've seen my starport yet. I wanted to be able to unload these with drones. So we decided to make it vertically loaded. But yeah, this is... I really like that design. It's grown on me. Now, I think I made the destroyer off camera because I was really experimenting and it took a while, but I did record it, so I might make a video of how I made the destroyer specifically. This is a lot of fun, this one. We get to use momentum to help its agility. It's like something out of Star Trek, that one. We are the shepherds. And so, like, the angle, like the center of gravity appears to be here with these wheels, which is, it makes it very agile for such a large warship. Who gave the green light for ordnance? Surely I didn't. It's too expensive. And then we've also got thrusters on it too, to help with lateral motion. Where in Australia am I from? I am from the lesser known state that's often left off the map. Can you guess? If you can't guess, I'll tell you. But I'm also testing your knowledge. Okay, let's dump off the last of these rocks. More close by that. Yes, we'll go and get this one. Can't leave that there lonely by itself. Alright, let's set up this trade to the heavy hauler. This is going to look great. Here is almost a full load. Hope you're ready, boys. Get your forklifts ready. I feel it's about the same. It's Newtonian. Your stuff can snap in half if you don't build it right. It's a bit like Kerbal Space Program in that there's two modes to the physics. You can have arcade or simulation. I use simulation, and the game seems to behave better on simulation. But for example, like there is a major weakness in this ship design right here. So when it's fully loaded, it tends to flex here, and there is danger. Danger, Will Robinson. But this has really scratched the itch for me Kerbal-wise, because Kerbal 2 didn't really eventuate. It feels to me like Kerbal Space Program, but you skip the planet side stuff. You are correct, sir. You are indeed correct. That's where I hail from. But I currently live in the sunny state of Queensland. But that was actually really quick. The hungry supply ship taking everything we could give it. You're from the most remote city on Earth. Is that the Isa? Or is that that's the largest city on Earth, I think, by land size. That's my guess. I'm going to say the Isa. But it could be something out in, like, Pilbara or something like that. Or even Alice. I say Isa because I lived there for a while. They say you're not an Aussie until you've been to the Isa. Is there a speed limit? Not that I've seen. I went 750 meters a second into another station. That was the limit of my testing. We made a kinetic kill a vehicle, and we were throwing it at human stations. I'll show you, actually, but while we're fighting aliens, I made this just for lols, the kinetic kill vessel. And so we made it so that it spins just before it goes terminal. And we got it up to 750 meters a second relative. Oh, you're from Perth. From Perth. I should have known. It's so far west. I used to live in Perth too. I've been everywhere, man. Love that state. Well, glad to meet you, mate. So, and going back to your question about space engineers, I've really tried to push the limits of the game to see how big we could build stuff. And at the moment, the game can't reliably handle megastructure size stuff. Here, actually, let's go back to the Red Gate. This is the best way to show you. I've got two megastructures I've built. One is mobile, and it's like a giant mining ship. That has some issues. But the Red Gate is my attempt at a massive starport. And the game struggles a bit with it. Especially when we select the station itself. But if you don't select the station, and then we hit the free cam, I should be able to do this safely without blowing everyone up. At the moment, the planetary transfer is just like click of a button and you go somewhere else. But I was sent a clip the other day of a game that is attempting to simulate that. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. Let me actually look while you bask in the majesty of this station. Who was it that sent it to me? There's one called Launch Window that's coming soon, and it looks like it's all in on that specific thing where you want to do transfers from one planet to another. You're building factories like Dyson Sphere Project and Space Engineers on other planets, and you're transferring goods between them. And from what I saw of the launch, or the teaser, it does look like it would satisfy that particular side of the market. So the upper end is for the light vessels to dock. We've got 4 shield generators to protect the station. It's actually the highlight of the design, I think, because I managed to measure it enough so that most of the station is covered and they are overlapping shield bubbles. So we're not like the Empire. We don't just rely on one shield. So then you come down to the middle section and there are 4 docks for medium to large size ships. I haven't actually finished building this one. I'll have to do that. It's missing its struts. Anyway, I shouldn't do that. I'm gonna break the camera. I'll do it off camera. So yeah, the 4 large ships can dock on each arm. The cargo ships are on the port and starboard side of the station, and they are then unloaded. So that particular space truck we built is for this station. So it docks up on the side amidships, and then the drones pull all the containers off and load them in the storage bay below. And you can see that the game is, like, the frame rate is pretty low. I've got a pretty tanky machine. Got a 5080 and 64 gig of RAM. Yeah, so I had to optimize it. If I'm not using DLSS, the game freaks out, and it sometimes the physics will freak out and the station will spontaneously explode. But thus far, it's remained stable since this connection point here was the weakest link, and it was swaying and having some real issues, but I've strengthened it, and now we've got some attempt of a centrifugal force to counteract any vibrations through the station. So they will rotate if there's any movement in the rest of the platform. There's a slight rotation here, must be trying to counteract some movement. But aside from that, they all counter-rotate, so they should balance out. But yeah, and then, so that's stable. But my first attempt, we'll go back to Sol. Where are we located? I think it's the Helios Basin that has a monstrosity parked. So the Commander's basically a self-contained outpost vessel. What you're supposed to use it for is to jump to a system you haven't explored and use it to start constructing. And it's got 2 hangar bays, it's got a nuclear reactor so you can have a lot of power subsystems, and you can build a few modules off it, but it's not very flexible in terms of its spacing between nodes. So despite having 2 tier 2 nodes on top of the Commander, they're at an odd shape, so you can't actually link them together. So the only use that I could find outside of its outpost role was to make it a mining ship and make use of its nuclear reactor that comes free to power its mining. Alright, this is possibly the wrong station. Yeah, this is a very busy system. I've got haulers and destroyers and constructors and everything here, because it was the last place we expanded into. It's quite a murky system, but it's the wrong system. It must be Antares Proxima. These games are great for trying to think laterally and solving your own problems. There's nothing that sharpens your mind like lateral thinking. This is the drill tug. This is a device that I came up with to be able to tow asteroids to your stations, and it actually works. I don't know if you've tried that yourself while playing, but you set it up for autopilot. You fly. The only thing you have to do is make sure that the drill is off, because it messes with the physics of the asteroid as it's being drilled. But otherwise you just latch on and then you set autopilot to your station and go back. Where is the custodian? This is a monster. This is the accumulator class mining ship. Now the game, oh, it's actually running better. I couldn't look at this machine, so we had to abandon it. But this is my first attempt at a mega ship. When it's fully loaded, it's 250,000 tons, but she's empty now. So the features of this ship, it's like I imagined a world eater coming into a planet and just destroying it, turning it into mist, And then it's got a horde of engineers that come out of it and collect everything in front of it. I put these rotating arms here were to balance the chassis because it had some real issues when I tried to put it together. And they help with visualizing where you're going and stabilizing the ship, as well as acting like construction and drill probes, so they give us reach away from the ship without having to maneuver too close to things. So it's actually quite cool to descend on an asteroid and it looks like a digital laser drill. But do not use autopilot with this ship. Do not do it. If you do it, it voids your warranty. Trust me. And so this is what funded our trip to Jupiter. When I first built it, I made a critical error with the length of these beams, and these two rings were not connected. Despite looking like they were not connected, and it was causing major stress on the spine of the ship. And it was getting to the point where it would just spontaneously explode. The reactors would just shoot out the side. I'm pretty proud that I managed to fit 8 refineries in like a flower arrangement inside that cargo bay, as well as 4 nuclear reactors. It actually feels really good that the game is letting me play it. I haven't looked at this ship for a week. It was like a slideshow presentation. Let's turn off the HUD so we can bask in its majesty. But despite being so awesome at mining and drilling and collecting, it is only twice as powerful as one of our heavy miners in terms of mining output. The heavy mining ship has half as many tier 2 lasers that this thing has. It's also rigged with construction lasers around each boom, so we can safely build a ship away from the hull. When I built this one, I imagined it like a floating city. The tier 4 solar panels can be built in any system that you're in, but you can only build one per planet. I had a crazy idea to try and build a station inside like a nest of them, but the game would only let me build one. So let's go and find a meal for this thing before we head back to what we were doing. Slow and steady with this thing, always. This ship is actually capable of like 700 meters per second using its rear thrusters. And we also have extensive front thrusters to stop it in an emergency. Target sighted. We're actually upside down. It's making it awkward. The ship is also fitted with 8 frigates and 32 fighters. That's my pleasure. It's been an absolute pleasure to play this game. I've been like a mad scientist, and it's quite rare that I will think about this non-stop. Try to think, what am I going to build next? But here we go. The accumulator, world-eating, asteroid-eating. Coming in. Let's make sure our systems are all on. You see how many mining lasers this thing has. Here we go. The consumption has started. Wait. And they have like a bunch of elite officers on here, so their mining speed is actually off tab. Having a ship like this and then filling it with experienced officers is crazy good. In fact, the mining laser's range is so long that it actually outranges my ability to collect it. So when we're flying through a dense field, I can't get everything. And that's what actually led to the design of the heavy miner. I originally designed it as a little scout runabout for this ship to collect all the debris. And then I thought, why don't I just add more lasers? Its biggest problem is because it's so massive. The engineers will not leave the ship until you're basically stopped. It's not much of an issue for a smaller ship who can stop and start quite easily, but this thing has so much mass. So then there's like 160 haulers. It's actually great that it's working. Well, there isn't many places left in Earth that can support its hunger. And I'm just so sad that I can't warp it to another world. Now that I know it works, maybe I should just build another one. Build one at Saturn. Like the trade ships, the frigates aren't easy to use, but you can use them. So you hold shift and then just click where you want it to go in space, but it doesn't give you much range, so I don't know if they're just supposed to be short range, and they're very slow. And then when you want him to come home, you just click something. I think you click him. Yeah, so we have 8 of those bad boys. We haven't seen any combat in this ship though. And it does have 8 plasma cannons. But there, that's the accumulator. Humanity's first attempt at mining the stars. We have an operation happening at Saturn, but I need to finish up at Jupiter. Our goal was to fill the star base. I thought I saw a heat warning for a second then, but it must have just been a glitch. So the heavy hauler, we finished that operation to transfer stock aboard. We need another 15,000 goods. Okay, so the Pannonia's weapon, it took me a while to figure it out as well. That weapon is completely manual. So you have to make sure you have at least 10,000 in the magazine. And then you need to make sure you select the gun manually, click on it, and then click on the target. You'll see the targeting reticule will say, you know, in range, out of range, and then just click and it will fire. You can't let it do it itself. I think because it's so expensive. And I haven't figured out a way to get it to stop shooting, so it'll just unload a whole magazine. Despite only needing 2 or 3 shots to take the mothership out. And when in doubt, if you need to fight a mothership, just build a missile destroyer. The missiles do pretty good damage. You've just got to worry about the swarm of bad guys that come when you go near it. I said last night, I'm not sure how everyone else is playing this. I feel like the devs wanted you to have modular ships that you could just pack in the hangar ship and then move from destination to destination. But I wanted a global empire. Oh, sorry, an interplanetary empire. So I've just been building infrastructure in the most appealing systems. So I don't know if other people are making cruiser and hauler type vessels. I looked on Reddit, but there's not much of a community yet. It is a very chill game, and like I play a lot of chaotic and war. So I like to go from time to time to be constructive and build things and use my imagination, dare to dream. Glad to have you. Sometimes you just got to take a moment to chill. Be happy, don't worry, they say. Alright, we can fill up the heavy hauler. We ain't scared of no alien. The refineries are working around the clock to deal with all of the influx of material. My pleasure. If it helps you kill the alien scum, it is a good thing. I'm glad I could do my part. Yeah, that's the thing. You've got to select the gun and then click on the target. Otherwise, I reckon you would waste so much ammo. And at 10,000 ordnance, it's no small cost. While we load up under the watchful gaze of this mothership, I'm going to take a quick break. Nature calls. I'll be back shortly. And with that completed, it's time to send the heavy hauler back to the red gate. I should have built the solar panel here at the red gate, but it's actually at a different station. And the other station's using it as an umbrella. Oh, I didn't do it right. Silly me. Yeah, so what I would like to do is be able to go, okay, you've done your job here, and send him off, man. You, like, do it yourself. I don't want to have to do it this way. That's how my accumulator started. It had the tier 3 laser, and it was my station that was, like, aggressive. And I decided to build it like a, you know, a super weapon. But then I saw that it was actually better at mining than it was killing anything else. But yeah, I could see the wealth pouring in. It's quite dramatic laser. It looks like I want a mining variant of it so it can like grab the asteroid and just blast it. I think that would be great. Alright, let's head to the red gate. Let's choose one of the asteroids to view instead of the station and it will run better. If I can find it. Where'd you go? There it is. We want you to fly to there. Are you moving? I'm trying to be cinematic. It's trying to move. It's out of energy. We can have some kind of crash going on here. What's happened to the... You're just way too heavy for this job now. You're going to the scrapyard after this. Oh, actually, it would help if you had your power grid on. That's what it is. So I was just saying before how much power that ship actually generates for its job. Four shield generators pumping out that power. it's distorted by the shield. That's quite cool. Or it just might be the graphics freaking out. It might be a bit of both. Alright, it's time to take control, in case we have an accident. This thing's too heavy to mess around. The plan was, once this thing is full, to have like a massive sail, send everything back to Earth. Just watch a horde of drone ships come to pick it all up. Where is this? This thing can't dock. I haven't built this for docking. You could dock there, actually, but that's pretty risky. So yeah, this is going to drop its cargo. It's all pre-packaged goods. But the other cargo ships are 100% designed to dock here. Alright, ease up, Bessie. That'll do. Unleash the cargo. 66,000 tons of silicate and iron, courtesy of Europa's moon. It's not really a moon, is it? It's just asteroids floating around Europa. And I will build loading docks down here so that the supplies float down, rather than hitting the spire here. Or here. Actually, they're going in there. Oh no, they went the long way. They went to this one. I have to wait for this trade to happen before we go back to the other place. Are flowing. Oh god, I hit the boosters. That's always catastrophe for this station. We're gonna have a rapid failure here. Uh-oh. I boosted the station like a meter and now it's just gone catastrophic. Oh no. The Kraken. Why are you doing me like that? You should be able to just turn off thrusters for the station. I'm gonna have to activate the dev tools. No. She's buggered. She's screwed. She's gonna explode, sir. Do not press the thruster button when you have control of the station. One major mistake I made building this is fitting large thrusters to the bottom of the structure. Because initially, I was going to make this just a mobile platform. But then I decided the crazy idea to connect them. As long as we take our hands off the controls, and no one hits the big red button, if we hit any of those numeric numbers, this will just take off and leave the station trailing behind like wedding cans on a newlywed car. This particular structure is too big to do anything. It's too weak along the center line here, so if anything happens, any direction, it starts to fail. If I turn the stabilizers off, it does start to move when we dock. Because the ship that docks is sucked towards the station, but the station's also sucked towards the ship, despite having so much mass. I think it's just one of the mechanics of how they make docking work. And so you can have catastrophic failure when if the ship is too far away and you click the dock button, it'll pull the whole station and things will start flexing and then it fails. So it's not a foolproof design. I should remove the thrusters off the rear, and I'll do that another time. But that's another point of failure. If they hit this boosts, there's major trouble here at this point. Alright, our supplies are aboard. Mostly. Let's go back to the drift. DD's okay, he's running low on ammo. So we'll save the remaining ordnance for point defense. Not that I think we'll need it, but it's there. I'd say we're almost finished here. There's a patch there we could clear up. There was some water nearby. Let's go and grab it. There's a chance that these hostiles will attack us. Well, these targets are right here. Will they go for the mining ship? It says they're idle. Will they attack as soon as we take the water? Just after a bottle of water, Gov. They look as if they're moving towards us. Let's hope the damage control team can tank the damage and fix it up. Here they come. I'm just going to tank the damage. I don't think a rammer will do too much. Although if it hits something vital like a strut, we might be in trouble. I'm going to take the risk. The DD still has a string of enemies shooting them now. They might just be on a patrol pattern. Focus the water, please. How much? Oh, we don't have scanners, we can't tell. We're strip mining, that's right. We're taking it all. Well, we need to balance that load. It's all in the arms. Refinery ships are going to split up and stay with their respective miner. The Chaperone. We're thinning the number of hunters right out. Maybe there's a finite amount of them. I mentioned before, this is the first time I've actually fought them without just blasting their mothership. Alright, no hostile action. Might just be enough water just to top this ship up. It's not really anything usable. Don't go too far. Stay there. In fact, go over there. Oh no, it's sending to the other one. That's going to be a long time before it reaches its destination. I paired them up wrong. We still have heaps of space because we made space by giving that heavy hauler a job to do. And that means his shipment's going to the other one. Oh gosh. Hey Cactus, how you going, man? The big brother, hey? I would have said I was your big brother, if anything. But I'm watching you. The starport is complete, Cactus. The ultimate starport. I don't know if you saw the photos in Discord. But it was a giant undertaking. Well, I guess we swap them back. Otherwise, they're going to keep doing that. You're British. Have any of the Yankees been giving you a hard time today? Is that a thing? Are you actually going where you need to go, or are you just thinking about it? You're just thinking about it. Now you're going. I remember I used to have a couple of Yankee mates that were like, used to try and give us shit on July 4th. Like, dude, we're not British. We don't care that you're free. You can be as free as you want. We like explosions too, you know. So Hephaestus is supposed to be linked to Miner 2-1. Triton is linked to Miner 2-2. Built myself a space truck. Square like a truck. It's better than a truck. Yeah. Yeah. They didn't have to do the tea that. They did the tea dirty, I'm telling you. What did the tea ever do to them? Wait, what are you doing? Are you going to the... Are you swapping places or not? Are you just following each other around now? Triton, stop what you're doing. You're doing it at 200 meters per second, you fool. Look how fast he's going. Triton, you need to go to Miner 2-2. That was the order. Hephaestus, go to Miner 2-1. Alright, I think they'll do that now. Yeah, it's here, yeah. And like all siblings, some have more style than others. Yeah, that's right. They're the old ones out. We're all part of the cool gang. Yeah. Well, I think the oldest thing in Australia is a bridge, and it's about... Yeah, so we're a young country. We know it. Take pride from that. But you're right, like, places in Germany have been around since before, like, fucking the Romans. 250 years in Germany is just like a bad period, you know what I mean? Like, that was a bad weekend in the grand scheme of their entire history. Maybe not as a unified country, but as a people. Borders and maps change all the time. Drop the silicate, drop the iron, get it in the refinery. This is Starminer, where you build your own ships and you mine the rocks around the star. You don't get to mine the star. False advertising, I say. It was made by like 3 people, I think. It's really cool. And it's had my attention for the better part of a week. We've been focusing on building megastructure type stations. And just pushing the limits of the game. It's only in early access, but so far I've had, what? Let's have a look. Yeah, ridiculous playtime in a short amount of time. At the moment, we are outside Europa, mining rocks while an alien mothership sits there menacingly throwing drones at us. But my destroyer is watching and waiting for the hostiles. Did he retire or something? I don't really keep up with politics. Or was that just someone else saying that he retired? I don't know. Or they say resigned. So currently we're mining rocks around Europa. The refinery vessels are processing that ore, so we get better value. And then we're shipping it back to a large starport that we built in last night's stream. We're not going to spend much longer here in Jupiter because we have work to do. Over at Saturn, we need to build a giant solar panel. One thing that I'm noticing a distinct lack of around Jupiter is cobalt. Oh, you're going for the job. You're just as qualified as everyone else. Alright, Miner 2-2, great job, great job. Miner 2-1, how's your fuel looking? Alright. We're going to take one more asteroid with this, unless we see something juicy, but mostly all the good stuff's gone. I think that's purely iron, we'll go for that one. And you get one more choice too. We're going to leave that alien mothership to do its own thing. Where's the destroyer? There. That's 12 kilometers. I think we'll be safe to go over here. Oh, that's 14 kilometers away. That's a joke. They're big, that's why. We'll go over here. Yeah, you don't need a fixer-upper, mate. It's always a bad recipe. You got left behind. Where'd your friend go? Over here. Destroyer's shooting at something. I hear the pew-pew going off. But that mothership is largely a non-threat. We can handle... It's like my destroyer is major overkill. Like, water-wise, that's very expensive ship just to be having here. We need to find a reliable source of water. Just can't find it anywhere. I honestly thought that Saturn would be teeming with water, but we don't really have a chance to dive on the rings. From what I saw, there's just a few points of interest. Oh, there's a cobalt asteroid. We chose well. We need it. We are down to 40. Yeah, so this ship used all of the water it mined itself. That sucks. That was a whole asteroid and it only had a smidgen of water in it. I don't know about being on the first colony ship, but I'd be willing to go once they knew what they were doing. But there is something to be said about being the first. Hey, you will be remembered. No one remembers the second guy. I always felt like I was born at the perfect time for seeing the first steps into our solar system's exploration, but sadly it didn't eventuate. I mean, we had Artimus recently, but it's just, yeah, I thought we would have come a lot further than we have. The mining ship is actually full. Drop off your stuff. Those automated orders just weren't working for us. I would love to see someone step up and make big stations too. I thought that was the intent, to be honest. I thought that was the intention of the game, but building the big stuff has proved to me that it's not quite ready for us to have that. I think we need a few more extra parts for that scale of building. So you don't have to rely on tier 2 Hulk nodes in like a billion of them. But it was lots of fun using, I really like this here, the beamline node. It gives you a 45-degree angle, so it lets you do some cool stuff. But I'm quite proud of how the accumulator just started out as a standard little outpost, and we had a place for it to dock our starter ships, and the starter ships are still attached to it as its mining arms, so it's like it absorbed the limits of our technology and just became something else. I love the way how that ship just evolved as we needed it to. Initially I was like, oh my god, motherships, we need to get a freaking laser on the top, and yeah, it just went from there. The starport was a much more planned design. I gave that some thought before I laid down the first brick. The pioneers were the ones with the arrows in their back. That's a great saying. I haven't heard that one before. Yeah, it was like a mining megazord. It was. It really was. Our old ships became the arms, and so that's why when I built the starport, I made sure to make sure that our very first mining ship was the one that was like the keystone, and so it was absorbed into the base of the giant starport. It took me a very long time to figure out how to use the building parts. But if you're interested, I'll show you how to do it. So like when you've got Like, you can either scrap something to get less than what it cost, or you can turn it into parts. And if you've got parts, you can then build the item for free on your ship that has the part. But it's in the building menu. So if you have the parts for, say, a solar panel, it would have a number here. And you click the number to use the parts. It took me this long to figure out how to do that. Yeah. I can see they've still got a long way to go, but it is in a very playable state, and I have thoroughly enjoyed all the building. And it's just like when, you know, you've played with your Lego for a little while now, and you're just like, I wish I had just an extra piece to, like, try something new. I want to make a door. That's my plan. I want to make a hatch. And I just feel like I need a couple of extra parts to make it work. So some different angled connectors would be fantastic. Alright, that last shipment's going. We'll send the refinery ships away, and we're going to go prospect another system. See if we can sight some water. Destroyer's still blasting. The numbers of hunters have increased again. Send all of your supplies aboard. We got 360 tons of cobalt, which will be about 500 after processing. Just train them all up in everything. I've got nothing to spend the money on, so it's going to be training. Whoa, so many of them. You can pay us back. I had a debt, so you can pay us back. Okay, first one to leave will be DD, but we'll take out some of these hunters first. Darvik found a Bathurst class named after the server. Really? Enemies closing 4,000 meters. So far, the lasers and the Gatling cannons have had no chance to ever fire because the plasma cannons just take everything out. So maybe if we go through the formation, we'll get to see some DACA as well. Ready those weapons. You just make sure the wheels spin slow enough and the turrets will be able to track. And I built this before I knew how the plasma cannons worked, and I was just worried that there would be some kind of overheating. So I wanted to give time for each gun to have a cooldown, or to be able to track a moving target, but the enemies haven't proved to be very tactical. So we're ready for them if they ever learn any techniques. It's a gorgeous game. Half the fun is just watching your eye candy do it. Alright, we did them a favor by blasting the bad guys. Loki Station is where our solar panel is. Let's actually travel there and pick up some ordnance. Safe jump. All systems nominal. We're heading to a Loki outpost. Welcome. It's a bit hot out here, so we built an umbrella. Or some camouflage, depending on how you look at the planet. Then, this is how the accumulator started. This is what it looked like. And we attached these ships, our little shrimp ships, and they eventually became the mining arms of the accumulator. Just like this is also the basis for my starport. So both ships came from this base model. And that just goes to show how modular the game is. The station is to serve an early purpose, to construct things when we first arrive, and then we built them to their mission. So this one is the only one that has a tier 2 manufactorum. We need to be making nuclear fuel and ordnance. Destroyers arrived. Now it might be worth actually clearing this sector because there's lots of iron just scattered around, but I won't do that now. We're just here for some supplies, and you don't have any available. Got a few too many colonists. Oh, scheisse. Stop it. We're about to have a collision here with the radiator. Press P to hit bullet time. And we saved it. Just. This is like minor contact. And there was some damage from that, but not enough to... That was very, very close. These are reliability around your stations. So they'll just have to vent their own heat while we wait for some ammunition to be made. Yeah, it is. It really is. And so all of my outposts have evolved based on the local needs of the mission that we've sent out. This one I initially built with heaps of mining lasers because it was a very dense iron asteroid field, and that's why we built this here, to speed up that construction. Sorry. Yeah. Yes. Only when it really matters. Come on, where are our bullets? You guys are slackers. 400, that's not much. That's a few salvos of missiles. But it worked, didn't it? It saved the ship. When the captain swears in German, you know you're in trouble. Yeah, I wanted a giant shade sail to keep everyone safe from these solar rays all the way out here in Jupiter. But I also liked that it's almost the same color as the planet in the background, so nothing to see here, aliens. Come on, where's my bullets? We need... They're so slow. I took the power of the manufacturing of the accumulator for granted. We have 2 of these on the accumulator and they're just constantly churning out ammunition. Well, I've been trying to push the limits of that. Here, I don't know if you've seen my other large stuff, but I'll just bring it in as a blueprint. These vessels, when I first built them, both made the game nearly unplayable just due to optimization. So the first one is the Midas-Class Spaceport. That's the biggest one I've built so far. But I don't know if you could build the size of a moon. If you've got a will, certainly give it a try. I laid down the hull for a Dreadnought class ship. That's just the basic design, and that's where the Starport design came from. And then I had the crazy idea to make this the cargo bay for a Titan. I feel like that would be the perfect size for a cargo bay. So my next mega project will probably be a Titan class ship. Cargo bay, bow section, stern, and classic Star Destroyer design will probably have a pronounced bridge. But I think that will be the next grand project. And then we've got the accumulator, which was up until last night my biggest. Where did I put it? Here it is. This one is technically a citadel, a moving station. That's the biggest operational starship I've built. I haven't got a name for the Dreadnought yet. She's still on the plans. She's a Sovietsky Soyuz. She's still on the plans. Don't know if she'll be built yet. I'm skipping cruisers and going straight to Titans or Dreadnoughts. Yeah, that is... There's an upside and a downside to that. I personally would like to see some kind of time lapse in your other systems, but I understand why it's not a thing. It would be stressful to manage all the water levels on all your systems. Like, oh shit, I forgot to give the water to DD-35 and they're all being turned into prunes. I left them for 5 hours and now they're dead. Alright, we stopped in here to grab some ammunition. We did that. Europa has been surveyed and colonized. Have we looked at Io? We have not. And Ganymede. This is actually where we jump off to the next system. I encountered a mothership, so we have not looked at the outer foundry zone. So I think we'll go to Ashrock Belt. We got hostiles. A nest. This one is pretty close to the moon. Where is Jupiter from our point of view? Is it behind the moon? It must be. Okay. Let's go and get these alien assholes. I don't know if the nest is linked to the motherships. We've encountered pirate drones, nests, and motherships. I don't know what they are. Let's have a look. It's a gunship. I'm assuming it's just where the aliens live. Is that their natural form? They got the same green. We care not where the bug comes from, only that it is destroyed. We're going to descend on the nest. "48 meters per second is pretty fast. That's about 100 seconds. Let's try and get some shots of our enforcer. We're going to overshoot. Can't be cinematic again, sorry. Missiles out. Tracking multiple targets. Gunships destroyed. Plasma weapons opened up. Looks like another enemy spawned in. Shields taking fire. Second salvo of missiles launched, some exploding prematurely. The nest is destroyed. Missiles tracking. Lasers opening fire for the first time that I've seen them do it. Let's clear the hull. We're all good here on the descent. Targets destroyed. Do we have any active objectives? No. So that looks like a tasty cobalt patch. Is that the only point of interest here? It is. It's not a very interesting belt. It's ash and rock. So we will move on, but we've got a place here now. Let's check the Jupiter gate. Once we have these other solar panels online, this is where the link gate is built or activated. Okay, I didn't know that. Thank you. So they're into the thorium and the cobalt, hey? Ah, water. Some ice. Ah, we've got Halifax Ito Outpost. What the heck is that? Bruh, is that the gate? What the? This must be the construction point for the link gate. Yeah. It's like, bro, we've the alien homeworld. And we've got a research facility. But it seems like all's well here at the Jupiter Gate. Got some iron, got some possible cobalt. I still haven't figured out what the exclamation mark means. So Ganymede has been surveyed. That's danger close. Let's go to Io. The only point is the Ghost Drift. There's no obvious way to buy water besides from the stations you encounter, and it's finite. So that, I would say, is the biggest issue. We've got another nest. Creepy crawlers sighted on the scope. Flip her over. Oh, we've lost control of that. Stabilize it. Well, get me a couple of photos and I'll see what I can do. I can't instantly visualize it at the moment, what that would look like. I would like to think that rotating balls are my are my trademark. So all my warships will have them. Whatever you do, if you do this, just have them on very low power settings, because the faster they spin, that's absorbing your angular momentum. So if they're oversaturated, your craft will lose control. The plus side is you can stop them with your boosters, so you can shed that momentum. Oh, we're barely moving. I thought we were coasting, but we're not. It's like, it's not getting any closer. Oh, I didn't rebind. Oh no, that's set up right. Okay. I don't have a rear thruster on this ship. My Mark 1 destroyer does. It has a thruster right there. No, I can see it. Homeworld mod. There's text overlay on the stream as well, so if it does... Oh, this looks like a busier nest. It is busier. Are our weapons active? Yes, they are. We'll sit at standoff range. Ah, screw it. We'll just go right through. No guts, no glory. Who dares wins and all that. Stay away from that splash damage. The missiles need to reacquire or something, because that is very dangerous to your own ship. I might actually turn the shields on just to keep us safe from that. Nasty critters. Accuracy's not the best at the moment versus those gunships. I need to take direct control. Shields at 60%, sir. We need more power to the shields. No, we need less power, actually. That will make them drop faster. Plasma cannons are out of energy, but we've diverted most of that to keep the shield strength up. Shield is shrinking to accommodate our power needs. It's failed. Don't quite have the combat longevity I need against a large swarm, but a lot of those shots were missing those guys. So when they're coming at you, they're easy to hit. Alright, we've got separation. They are moving on us. There's a second nest there we need to take down. Just give the battery a moment to charge while our weaponry, standoff weapons open up. Oh yeah, that's your edit menu probably, because you are the mod. Those missiles are tracking an invisible object. And we're almost out of ordnance, so it'll be all up to the power. We had an explosion within the shield. Fortunately, it held. They're aiming at something that's not there. That's what's wrong. Alright, that's better. It was like targeting there when it should have been shooting the nest itself. I was wondering why accuracy went down the toilet. There shall be no retreat. I don't care if we're blacked out aboard ship. We'll fight them in the dark. Load the forks in the cannons if you have to. We have 3 targets left. I need to figure out how to set up the weapons subgroups properly so that I can just turn the missiles off. It looks like we have a clean patch of space. What's up here? Possible mission objective? We will go and check that. There's got to be a reason. Yeah, a frigate would be much better for fighting these smaller mobs. I'm just going to have to bite the bullet and put a nuclear reactor on this. It'll save us some weight. And it will give me unlimited maneuverability. Because we're running out of power with maneuvering and just plasmas. If I needed to open up with the entire weapons array, we've got about 10 seconds before the battery dies. I could go through actually and just add batteries on all the modules I haven't filled out. And we just did that. Already done. Thank you very much. That'll be nice and easy to mine. And that's everything at Jupiter, I believe. We need to go to the outer foundry zone, but I will need the hangar ship for that, or a bunch of destroyers. So we need to start moving these guys across. Where were we again? Io in the Ghost Drift. Yeah, that's the same for me. It's the same with the habitats as well. They're a little bit of a pain in the backside when they just you blueprint a vessel. I've got 2 patches to explore. We'll go and take this one. It's got thorium and we're going to need that. Well, there's a good chance it has thorium anyway. And destroyer, you can just go and provide cover. What? Oh, we have to find it. These collectors must be out of the vessel or something like that. Yeah, they are. Damn it, I pressed the button. It's a bit clunky. Not my favorite feature. Park everything, please. Where are I? Excuse me. There they are. Very close. That's good. Refinery ship working hard. We need to not mess around here now because there's no cover. So link up and we'll warp them out as soon as those are aboard. Got 37 hunters and no cover. Which also means next time we come back, or if we come back, the enemy will be spread out everywhere. That hauler being isolated is dangerous. You don't want it to get swarmed by things that can shoot it. Fully laden, it presents quite a scrumptious target. The Ghost Drift, let's get some cobalt and thorium. Where is everybody? Here we are. You get to work right in the center. The Artimus is heading down. Heavy Miner is supposed to be heading up there too. Good. I'll wait for them to stop before I leave this system, just in case something breaks when I come back. This should take no time at all to blast all this. In fact, I'm probably expecting a mothership to show up. I didn't like how close that was, but we were okay, unscathed. Look at the multi-talented mining crew. How good are turrets? We need to bring across the rest of the team. They're 2/3 full. They can continue with us. Our Triton is linked to number 2, so go to number 2. And let's get the heck out of here. Yeah, Triton for 2, Hephaestus is for Miner 1. Unleash the haulers. You've got a lot to bring in. And while we're at it, unleash your haulers too. No worries, Cactus mate. I appreciate you doing that. A bit top heavy or bottom heavy, however you want to look at it. Keeps trying to roll. Yeah, I don't know what it's for. I thought it was objectives at first before I actually saw the motherships and knew about them. There's yellow and red ones, and I haven't been able to quite work it out. How many people do we have working for us? Nearly 4,000 people on staff. This particular model doesn't have as many hangars as the other one. It's the Mark 1 cargo carrier. Looks like we got a good amount of thorium. We can process thorium in these reactors, refineries. Yeah, every time I play it, I'm still figuring something out. Like, I couldn't figure out how to use the trade ships for a good while. Now I know how they work, but they don't work for me because my station's too big. Some of the vistas are amazing. I like that. Look at that. The dream would be able to fly wherever we want, but I understand why that can't be a thing. If I want space, I might have to go to the real thing. Let's do something about that lack of hangars. We replace this section here with hangar bays, I'm pretty sure. Yes, and then I moved the loading dock to the bottom, I think. Yeah, so there was a hangar and a loading dock underneath, above it. We'll have to do one side at a time though, otherwise we'll lose cargo capacity. Fully laden now, almost. Very, very sluggish. A little bit bendy in the middle. And then with that moved, I was able to put a cleft node here, which makes me feel like it's more secure. I don't know if it actually is. I do need to remove some components for that. Yeah, I've got to remove both these hangars, but we're able to replace them. We're just bringing them forward. And the old haulers will now... Oh no, there's something inside the ship. The old haulers should go into these new hangars. And then one last change. With the exception of this, I think I moved that here and then put another solar panel. I think that'll be fine. Near enough's good enough. So that's the Mark II standard. Oh, that's right. I've also got ordnance factories on here now. So that excess iron will be shifted towards that. Hephaestus needs those then. So that's the Mark II standard with a little bit of extra pow-pow. I can't remember where it is. Where is it? And then to make ammunition we'll need parts, but I don't need many. I just need to make like enough to refuel or resupply a destroyer. So let's put this here in the center. 4 parts things. And this one will need a similar treatment as well. There are solar panels on this one, so we'll move them back 1 row. They don't have to be identical. That's how ships work in real life. They might be of the same class of ship, but they'll be built differently or have different subsystems. Whether that be through necessity or its mission set. What am I trying to do? I am mining the stars. I was optimizing my ship. Looks like we are missing a cargo container. That would explain why she's a little bit off balance. That's the one I took off to demonstrate how a trade ship works. So we're finishing up our operations here at Jupiter by taking everything so that I can fill my starport to the brim and then see how much money I can make from that. We have nuked 3 asteroids. A tiny scrap of cobalt. This is a very, very small map. It's just this patch here. And this one here. But high value units. I think by the time this patch is cleared, we will have filled the mining ships, the refinery ships, and we can send them back to the starport and see how close we are to full. We had 150,000 supplies. We dropped off 60, and we'll be dropping off another 120,000 tons. So because of this top-heavy design, I guess you could, or top thrusty design, when it's fully loaded, there's actually not much control along here. So it does not like side shimmies, which is how it needs to dock. So yeah, it's not a perfect design. It looks good, but yeah, I don't know, I could do better. Yeah, that was another one that I figured out randomly. And I honestly don't think that was there when I first started playing it, because it just seemed to just appear one day. But maybe it's just because that's the first time I looked at it. And it made piloting so much easier. Because my initial ships were wedge-shaped, if one side was full of cargo, it was almost impossible to fly. So both of these ships will make 1,280 tons of ordnance, which is enough to keep the destroyer busy for a while. I don't want to make too much of it. That's the accumulator's job. It's like a giant forge world. Don't break your back. What's wrong with Dustfront's trench system? When I first started playing, it sucked. They sucked so much. And I don't normally complain about things, but I was like, they're not worth it. But in my time playing the demo, the cost came down, and they were given durability buff, which made them way, way better. But personally, I don't build them to be long-term defenses. They're just there to absorb an attack and then you replace them. I agree. I think the realistic mode is much better. Unless you mean this, the piloting mode, I find this to be a little bit... I don't know, I don't find it intuitive. But I've played heaps of Kerbal and I've played heaps of Elite Dangerous, so I'm pretty comfortable with the 6 degrees of motion. This little thorium patch is almost complete. Yeah, I think that's why he did it. I think he did it because A, it was super popular. He saw that people actually thought it was very replayable, and it gave him some useful data as to what needs to be balanced. And he was quite active balancing things while the demo was quote-unquote live. He did say in one of his posts that he was going to keep the demo up as is and not touch it, but he might use it to test future things. I would say the most scarce resource for me so far has been thorium and water. But I also use a lot of thorium with my nuclear reactor mining ships. So I'm noticing it. Whereas I had no problem storing 5,000 cobalt into that starport last night. The starter region in the sandbox has heaps of cobalt. I found heaps of it. And it has a curious feature where every time you load the game, there's like a debris cloud, and it respawns. So I played for the first good portion of the game just in my starter system with a couple of mining ships. And every time I came back to the game, I'd get a free, 30, 40, 50 cobalt. I would say everywhere I've set up a station is where there's been cobalt. But by far, water is the most scarce resource in my opinion. I find it almost nowhere. If your ship has a radar, you need some kind of sensor view, I think. This one isn't big enough. It's only like 500 meters to a kilometer out from the ship. Yeah, my mining ships use the reactors on the commander module, which I don't think they would be able to sustain this many lasers with solar panels. So I guess my cost of mining is much higher, but I could do it at a rapid rate with this ship. I obviously don't know what your mining ship's like, but I just need more power. Without going crazy. I tried to keep it constrained within the body lines. Even adding the extra 2 was a bit of a stretch. Yeah, I can't wait to see other people's designs and be able to fiddle with them. Some people really do think outside the box. Focused laser intensity. Yeah, I haven't noticed it grow back either, but I've noticed that some systems have like respawning tiny little fragments. So there's one system in Saturn that has like ice crystals, tiny ones that respawn. Well, they seem to anyway, because there's lots of them. We didn't get much cobalt out of this, actually. It's worth taking the rest. We're gonna need it. There's some shaking in the arms. Oh, I need to turn on the factories here. This thing can carry nearly 10,000 tons, but you don't really want it to because these arms start getting really heavy. I tried to put as little weight up here as possible, but I used all the modules. I should have put batteries up here and weight down here. As it is, I did it the other way around. Looming shadow over the top. Are you going to go through us? No, you're going to go through the cloud of debris though. Ah, no, you made a mess. Half of that just got shot in different directions. We're never recovering that. Luckily, it was mainly silicate. Another batch of training complete. It appears like that whole cloud is moving. No speck gets left behind. Our mining range is getting pretty large. Let's send some ammo to the DD. You have to clean up your chunks too, because the game gets a bit sad when you have too many flying around. I thought I got most of that thorium patch, but it's actually still half here. Okay, that ship's full. Apparently. Yes, it is. Except what space we make for ammo. Triton, how close are you to full? You're almost full. Okay, it's time to send them back to the Red Gate. So you make sure they come with 2 batteries each at least so that they can jump. But you also try to make sure they fit within the hangar ship space. Okay. Both the vessels are on their way to the starport. I would love to make use of the drones to unload it, but it will just be a nightmare. Oh no, it's wobbling. There's something going on. That sucks, we'll try again. Just do one ship at a time. And that's a strong argument. Sometimes functionality is way better than form. I just love how everyone interprets the pieces differently. Or has different needs, you know? Yeah, that was totally the Kraken. I should have a look here and see if there's an issue that needs to be rectified. I think that was just an anomaly. There's no speed, there's no rotation. And the biggest indicator there's something going wrong is when these solar panels start spinning really quickly because they're trying to, like, they're absorbing momentum. Starship inbound. I dreamed of building something like this in Kerbal Space Program. I felt at the time that I came close, but it was more of an international space station looking thing. It was just massive. Coming into a stop, docking at Port A. This weight wants to keep moving. think she might be a little bit heavy. So even with rotational dampening, yeah, it's still spinning because of that weight. Still plenty of battery, so we're okay. No, I could just drop them off, but I want to roleplay this Star Dog. She is very heavy. 60,000 tons of cargo. Relying on solar panels. But I think we got her. I think we got it. Just gotta be gentle. Don't be rough. Need some rotation in my life. I do have this port thruster for that job. Yeah, I got it. We got it. Deactivating the grid so we don't clash that solar panel. I think elevation's almost perfect. We'll drop right down. We don't want to shock the station, so we just want to gently, easy does it. No, what the heck? Okay, maybe we weren't level. Well, we are connected. And look at the station now about to lose its shit because of that weird maneuver it did. Oh my goodness me. And we have catastrophic destruction. Oh man. It's just like clunk. Whatever happened with that twisting, it doesn't like docking. And now the game is like locked. It's trying to generate 3,000 new ships because each of that debris becomes a new ship if it doesn't explode. And the whole station has gone. Everyone is dead. No one has survived. Now we have, what's the name of that syndrome? Is it Kepler syndrome? We will never be. There's so much debris that it just keeps making debris. Legit just died an ass, and I can't do anything about it. Wow. Even the screen's melting. I didn't have any of these problems off camera. Station was working beautifully. I docked a couple of times to practice. No problems. That's it, Kessler syndrome. The bit where the debris just makes more debris and yeah, you never get off your planet ever again. So we are relaunching Starminer. 110 hours, that's the second time it crashed to desktop. And it honestly was my own fault. The game just refuses to ever start again. It's like, nope. Nope, you're banned. I love how this game knows it'll be addictive, but it tells you to play responsibly. And that was such a graceful dock until it did that weird twisty thing. So we'll pull up right next door to it and just unload our cargo, because we have to do it one more time. Perhaps a refresh of the game will make it behave. It doesn't seem as stuttery now. Like, I think the game sort of builds up physics flaws after a while if you play it for too long. Maybe it might be wise to balance the weight in the station too. See, there's like an artifact going on here. A little bit of motion. No worries, Thomas. It was great talking to you. I hope to see you again, and you enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Love being able to discuss these things with you guys. I learn a lot. We have entered the safety of the shield, but it won't protect us from a catastrophic decompression. Alright, so we're gonna switch off the thrusters. Let's just say that we're docked. Unleash the horde. Yeah, you want, like, it's running really well now. So I feel like, yeah, it needed to clear the RAM a bit. So currently on board the station, we have a 250,000 supplies, and we could still double it. I wish you chose the closest dock to you, which is right here. I'm going to save it before we leave. Come back to a blown up place. We'll go and get the other ship now while that transfer happens. You must have some space, do you? It's a nice screenshot there. Take his ammo. And that will leave us a little bit of space to take more supplies on board. Once that ammo transfer is done, we'll head off. I might try and give a manual autopilot order to go right there. See how close the ship tries to get. The resources are still flowing. Oh no, the station's got the wobbles again. What is going on? Why you do me like that? Is it all the supplies poured on board? What is it? Let's just power the station down for a moment. Because the last thing I want this thing to do is move. And already it's got tilt. And it's rapidly gaining it. That's why these things are spinning so fast, because they're picking up the momentum. But once they're spinning fast, they're not helping. "12 degrees a second. Surely that's not right. This is spinning way too fast. It should never be set that high. That's enough to induce the spin in the station. Or maybe that is a false reading, because that's the I set that as the node that controls the station. So when it's spinning super fast, that's why it's at 17. Or yes, that's what it is. I've found it. And then I guess the autopilot's freaking out because this is spinning. It seems to be completely still now. So having one here is unsettling the whole station eventually. The friction is adding up, perhaps. So if I set a different point as the control node, let's say below, or just here. Yeah, I think having your command hub as like the control of the station tricks the autopilot, and if it starts spinning too fast, the whole station tries to counteract movement that doesn't exist. Maybe, I don't know if that's a bug or if that it would actually happen in real life. If the autopilot's being given false information, it's going to plow you into a mountain that it didn't know was there. Alright, hopefully that resolved that. It's down to its minimum power again, so it should just be like one revolution every 5 minutes or so. And we need to bring that other hauler over. Third time's the charm, hey? I went to the wrong station. Fuck. Yeah, it's my navigation skills failing. I keep going to Europa for some reason. Drawn there. Recall the haulers. Yeah, it did. Terrible. I believe there was one air crash, I can't remember the model of aircraft, where just ice in the altimeter, I think it was, altimeter? Or one of the intakes for the airspeed reader it was clogged with ice, and so it was giving false readings, and I guess there was no redundancy, or it just, yeah, tragic. Now behave. I've stopped these solar panels as well, just in case they're affecting the station. They're just there for vanity anyway. Alright, Triton, come up aside. Just like the very top being the control of the station, it was just vanity as well. Seems like everything is alright this time. No wobble wobble. I'll take manual control, thank you very much. Felt like you were going to overshoot that, and I was probably right. We're in the same position we were before, so we'll just fall down flat on top. We'll dump the ammunition so we don't have an explosion. Oh, damn. I love it when it's real bugs in the software and hardware. We need more power, Captain. We're out of power. Take a moment to charge those batteries. Oh, those refineries are just pumping out stuff. The ordnance factories actually use a fair bit of power, it seems. Upwards of 200. And they're out of power now. Yeah, these factories need to go off. They're very power hungry. To make sure we're using glide rather than autopilot or any auto assist. It just uses so much energy. So we'll start a nice rotation, pitch down. I love it when the pilots realize, yeah, it's time to fly. Like the Hudson River guy. What's his name? Captain Sully? So I'm flying now. And then that ridiculous Denzel Washington movie where the plane was inverted. And then it ended up being a court drama. The rotation is almost complete. Spinning around on the yaw axis. It's hard to tell if we're actually aligned. I think we're getting there. Alright, let's descend. And then glide to port. Glide to starboard. How could I get that wrong? Docking port is here. So I should control from there. Too low. You are not on the ball. See, this is the last time I thought I was straight too. Do we risk a connection? I don't think so. Hey, we got a present for you. More stuff for you. The magazines on the station are full. I haven't built a very big one. And there's too many colonists aboard this ship, so we'll send them to the station. There's no room on the station for people. I've neglected to build habitats here. I was going to build them around each of the rings here and then maybe up on the top. We're still running on a skeleton crew. But how much do we have in the holds now? Another 60,000. That's 360,000 tons of processed material. No ore inside. Kind of just want to build another mining ship, refining ship, so they just have a whole fleet of them. But we're running out of asteroids here in Jupiter. So my friends, that is the Red Gate. It might be the last we see of Jupiter. So I hope you have enjoyed the build. I hope you've enjoyed seeing it in action. I'm hoping the game becomes a bit more optimized throughout its life, and then we can really experiment with these complex stations. I wonder why they favor this port over any other that I've built. I thought they would just go to the closest one. Got a conga line of supplies headed towards. They just must be the best forklift crew on the station. When they send them out, it comes out in 4 different lines for each dock. I thought it would just go to every available dock. These guys are getting it all. Watching these numbers increase. We're about to break 100,000 iron. nearly 250,000 tons of silicate. And we've only got just over 1,500 tons of cobalt. So yeah, maybe cobalt is kind of rare. Or I've just used it all. This is my biggest station. Yeah, this is the one we built last night, and it's actually working and functioning and only exploding some of the time. But it's a giant shipyard, a giant storage yard, a giant wharf. It's the hub for all mining efforts here at Jupiter, the Red Gate. We can't go to Mars. Our only options for planets in the Sol system at the moment are the gas giants, which I guess have rings or are in the asteroid belt. I'm assuming that asteroids and that are slim pickings around rocky planets. And I reckon we could stack in another, what is that? That's a 1 whole row, 2 whole rows, 3, 4. Yeah, I reckon we could push over 750,000 tons of storage. The station has reached, with all its cargo now, 517,000 tons. And if we had touched the ships as well, it'd be even more. Yeah, we've been working the Earth asteroid belt, lots of iron and stuff. Have to figure out a way to dock this heavy hauler somewhere. We have to probably make a port for it. I feel like the ship's got thrusters I'll never use, so I'm going to take that off. Hey, Grim Reaper, thank you very much for the gift. I appreciate it. Thanks for joining us here on the stream. I'm just about to dock my heavy hauler up against the station for the first time. It's going to be a rear park. This thing is an absolute beast to steer when it's full. Fortunately, there's only a few scraps left in it, so it does float like a butterfly. And then it steers like a brick when it's full. Alright, we want to have a look at the rear node, please. Activate the beeping. I'll turn off the grid for this. This is called Starminer, and it's been my current fixation lately. It's kind of like Kerbal Space Program. You've got to build your own ships, stations, infrastructure in a semi-realistic space setting. I promise Total War will come back. I'm just waiting for, you know, something super exciting, you know, like Big Bone Daddy. But I really appreciate that gift, mate. If there's anything you want to see specifically, feel free to ask. I'm pretty open to suggestions. Oh, will this work? It's a lot riding on that hinge. Hey, let's not tempt fate. Let's save the game first. It's too much at stake. And then turn off the ship's stabilization so that it just absorbs the movement of the station if there's any. The ship thinks it's moving, the station doesn't, so I'm going to assume it's okay. With that said, let's link up our other ships. This one doesn't want to get close, it's fighting me. It's like, no, Daddy, no. Too bad. You're attached. No worries, Cactus. I'm going to wrap it up here very shortly too. We're just parking the ships. And hopefully nothing happens while I'm asleep. The games can be like that sometimes. Now you look level, so I'm going to assume you're level. Just got to make sure to turn off the stabilizers on all the ships. We don't want their autopilots going crazy. And there you have it. The Red Gate, fully operational. It's got a team of heavy miners, it's got a team of haulers to keep it fully stocked. When we come back, I think I'll activate the Great Sail and see how many droids we can get to come down here and take these supplies. But in the meantime, off camera, I'll fill the place with supplies from Jupiter. And in the next stream, we will concentrate wholly and solely on Saturn and building the megastructure there. And probably, if we have time, pop over to Neptune, pop down another megastructure, and aim to finish up the sandbox of Starminer, at least until there's a major update or changes to the way it's played. If you want to see that, make sure you're subscribed. Hit that like button, it helps immensely with discovery. And we'll be back another time. Commander Tyrael, out.